Hello? 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 Give me like 2 seconds. A little behind today. Hello? Hello, Kratos. Hello, Poi. Yeah. I don't know. I've been, been a little busy already, and I feel like I haven't really been doing much, but it already feels kind of busy. So, yeah, give me 2 seconds. I just have to, tweet that I'm live. Yeah. Okay. Tweeted out that we're going live, and then it forgot to tag it. Awesome. We're doing so good today. Oh boy. Okay. Main screen. Hopefully I don't... Actually, you know something? I'm gonna double check. This thing. This. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, there we go. So we can do this and this. And I think we can do this. Alright. Oh, I'm small. Nice. Hello and greetings. I'm Elizabeth von Lyria, Honorable Flag Bearer of House Lyria. And today is a day. I had a day today. And today's day started yesterday, because I made the mistake of taking a nap. And for anybody who has difficulties with their sleep schedule, you know that that's not good. Taking naps is not good when you have a bad sleeping schedule. On the plus side, we got a subscriber. Subsplibble. We got a subscriber. So we can play this. If it works, please. Yeah! Welcome to, Muisu? Moisu? Welcome to House Lyria. Yeah, I was trying to figure out, like, a nice thing to say for that, and I think, like, a good one is just, like, welcome to House Lyria. I hope you enjoy your stay. I hope you don't cringe too much. So I think that's, like, a good one. Yeah, I don't know. I was just exhausted yesterday, and then, today, I was doing some notes for... Oh, also my chat box is broken. Why? Let me see if I can fix that. Why is that broken? I should be logged in. If I refresh this. refresh this. Okay, we'll see what happens. But yeah, so oh my god, stop. Yeah, so and then I spent a whole bunch of time preparing effectively an essay on a topic, and realized there was a lot of math involved, and then also realized that the math which was required probably to write this paper did not also convert to word count, if that makes sense. So if you explain the math, right, or need to explain the math, then it would take maybe a while, if that was important for proving your point. But in this essay, it's more like, hey, by the way, these are the numbers, and then it's like, not really. So I still have a lot of writing to do today. Oh god. And I'm scared. That's basically it. I'm terrified. For a number of reasons today. Because my thought, which I don't know if I'm going to do. My thought today was that I was gonna stream some Live2d stuff. So I could do like a workflow stream. Because I got commissioned to make a model from my, I was gonna say from my friend, but like a friend of mine. But I made the mistake of like looking at other people's work before I started working. And as you know, maybe being an artist is that when you get self-conscious about your own work, then that's bad. Because holy moly, some people are just like, they do absolutely insane things with rigging, and it's like, I don't know. I don't know. I got scared a little bit. So I'll see how I'm feeling on doing that. And the problem with that as well is that the problem with that as well. Oh god. Is that today's battle map will be interesting. And I don't know how it's gonna go. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, I actually really like this map. But there's probably gonna be problems with it. And the funny thing about it is that I don't really know how to say it, I guess, but like yeah, I don't really know how it's gonna go. I guess is that I really like this map, but it's probably not gonna be, there'll be problems anyways. So I suppose I wanted to start a dialogue first about time magic, because that was kind of like a mechanic, I guess. I could say that it's a mechanic. If I do this, should be able to see the screen. Because I think we have basically the core players here, or currently the core players. Which, to explain for anybody who has managed to make it past my own rambling about my own life into here, instead of, because we didn't just like start on the, we didn't just start on the strategy meeting, is that originally how the strategy meetings were designed was that I make a thing, right? I make this thing, and then I give it to somebody for you to solve individually. So you write arrows, etc., and then you do that. You solve it by yourself. So the problem with that is that it's a piece of paper, and you kind of need to know how the rules work. And the original intent was that basically if you did not have an understanding of the rules and you got stuck somewhere, so let's say this is the process of solving it. If you had to get to here, but you got stuck here, then you could no longer play the rest of the level, even if over here looked super exciting. So, I originally intended for barriers like that to be crossed with time magic, so that people did not get stuck. Because I can't really help people out when they get stuck in the problem-solving process. And because there's so little feedback when you look at a piece of paper that, right? Like, you can't even do, like, I guess deductive reasoning by, like, jumping into the water, for example, and just going like, oh, well, the solution wasn't to jump into the water because I died. Right? That's pretty common. Or, like, the solution wasn't to go into the hallway of flamethrowers because I died. Right? So there's pretty, like, immediate feedback, usually. That being said, pretty common for there to be a misunderstanding about the rules, etc. or whatever, even though game currently doesn't have that many rules. So I wanted this system to be apparent. However, I wanted to reward people who understood the rules very well. So let's say you had to execute multiple different things. Like you needed to understand like 4 different power-ups. We only have 1 currently, by the way. I guess we have like 2 or 3. If you had a very adept understanding of the rules, I wanted to allow for that. Which meant that time magic would need to serve a different function. So I wanted for more people to participate, right? Because if there was a large amount of players who understood the rules, you would receive like maybe 4 or more responses that are the same. Or you might only receive 2 responses that are the same. And then the 2 other people who maybe wanted to respond saw that 2 answers were the same. Right? Kind of. Well, we'll get to that. So, right? So I thought, well, a good way to create variety in the answers, right? Was that you could search in particular places. So that way, 3 answers could all search in different places. Technically, depending on how neurotic you are on where to search, there could actually be about infinite number of places to search. But the requirement is still that you have an understanding of the mechanics. Right? So that would give a role to the people who do not understand the mechanics to play here and skip through things pretty frequently because they don't understand how a flag throw works. And that's okay. Because I was interested in having those players play anyways. Now, the problem with that, and then I guess you could also be like pretty creative with like where you like jump through or skip through walls or whatever. Now, we get to kind of the next iteration of what I wanted these to be was that I kind of felt like the interactive element of like going through levels or like looking at levels at the start of the week was I'm not really sure, like it didn't feel super satisfying, I guess, because again of like this kind of thing, right, where answers will usually be the same because there's only really so much you can do without me taking like 3 months to perfect a, like, 7-path level that looks beautiful and gorgeous. But, you know, so I thought, well, maybe a fun way to do the levels instead was to play them on stream, right? Together. And this also kind of solved another problem, which was that if you look at an entire puzzle, or you can see everything, then you just solve it backwards and it becomes really easy. Right? Whereas if you're solving a puzzle forwards, sometimes the information is obscured. So you're not really sure what the next obstacle is you'll have to deal with if you have to explore it first. Right? So I thought that'd be a fun thing. Problem being that now if all search actions are basically going to be free, right? Because I kind of just want to communicate whatever to the audience if they ask about anything, then the function of this starts to become questionable. Because you could skip major sections of a puzzle, which would be fun, and honestly I didn't really have, I guess, too many issues with. But what it also does is that if you put a one-time use in charge of multiple different people, this becomes a problem. Because we have like 7 different people who want to use it in different places. Also, it kind of comes with the other problem that if I wanted to open up the map, or reasonably have like multiple different exits with some that do or do not work at different stages, more similar to a Metroidvania, which obviously I'm passionate about, right? We run into kind of the problem that we had last week, where we are in a stage currently, and also this entire discussion is part of that stage right now, because you might notice that this level is pretty short, despite me really, really liking it for reasons that you probably won't get to play. Which you might ask, well, maybe you should have just designed a level that we could play, but it kind of messes with the map orientation that I had in my brain, so to speak. And also I felt like it doesn't make a lot of sense if it feels like you discovered a secret passage and then it doesn't really line up with that expectation, right? So, yeah. I guess the question was, what is all of your opinion on having time magic? Because I'd be led to believe that there will be cases where maybe I did something a little weirdly in the puzzle that people will not understand. Depending on how many players there are, I feel like this wouldn't actually happen. Especially because things, I guess, are supposed to be pretty straightforward. Like I'm not designing like brain hurty puzzles. That's not the point. I would actually think that that's an indication that the puzzles aren't very good if you can't figure them out, right? But this makes it very difficult to design things. is what I'm gonna say, pretty blatantly, because you skip everything. Potentially, again, also that is a sequence break, which we will find out the circumstances of today. So I think I want to say that this still exists, but please be aware that this is, I guess, a nuclear button. So long as soft blocking is impossible, we can just warp back to entrance, then I don't think it's needed when there's direct interaction. Yes. I did also want to mention about that, like with things like soft locking, is that it's possible that that will happen sometimes, or like it's a thing that I've considered. Which, especially with the latest mechanic, which was collapsible platforms, which I didn't do anything with this week, but if I wanted that to be a thing, I kind of figured, like, you know, time magic in huge air quotes, like, retrying the level is not really an instance of time magic. However, for the purposes of maintaining your suspension of disbelief, every time I die, I just rewind time, don't worry about it. I effectively have infinite lives and infinite mana. So please do not worry about that. So if you ever wanted to like go backwards in the level for some reason because it didn't work or something like that, that is also possible. And what's interesting about that is that I can introduce more answers that are incorrect without, I guess, stifling everybody. Because you could just go like, well, we have to go back, unfortunately. Which would be like a free use of this, which isn't really a use of that, but again, it's like fluff. So what I'm going to say is that if people are stuck or something, which I should hope does not happen, this is available. Please understand that I'm the proud flag bearer of House Lyria, and my magic happens to deal with temporal shenanigans. So we still have this. However, and also, I want to say that for today's thing, because it is sequence broken, because it is sequence broken, you will need to use time magic this week. Like, you have to, probably, if you want to do stuff. And it probably still won't solve everything, but yeah. So, but this will kind of, I suppose, be the last week of that, specifically. And then, we'll kind of move forward from there. Keep in mind that, you know, since this is, like, a no-stakes thing, right? Or, like, it's not exactly, like, you know, I'm not charging, $60 per copy, and then also a DLC cost of whatever. We can just iterate on this as much as we want. So this is obviously not absolute at any point in time, but this is what I think would currently be appropriate. So that being said, we can move to the map. Oh, wait, hold on a second. I think I didn't enable the fog. One moment. Great, I'm glad I stalled for like 28 minutes. That was cool. Where is the fog? This is the fog. And that also has the fog enabled, so I think this should be fine. Yeah. I think I can turn this back on. So today, we're kind of in, I suppose, a small corridor. And the other thing that I'd want, or would like to point out, is that, first of all, that the top left is broken. For obvious reasons. Oh, that was actually another question, is that, if I ever wanted to make a map that, for example, could, like, go in multiple directions, or, like, if we were to explore something, that maybe you would have to come back to, would you prefer that the top left lights up when you've explored everything that is possible at the moment, which is kind of how I tried to do it last week, or would you prefer that it stays not lit? If there's something kind of still there. I wasn't even really sure how to handle, like, specific backtracking, especially if it required you to go, like, all the way across the map over here. Like, I don't know if you all remember, like, 7 maps ago, where there was something in the bottom left that was above one floor, kind of here. That was the map that Kraos tried to climb on top of the flag to get there. For example, that's really, really far back. And I wasn't sure if there was something we could do with that system. But yeah, if you have any opinions on that, I guess. The other thing to point out, which I'm not sure how well this will work, is that, for example, I don't know why, but let's just say, for example, that the verticality of levels start to become very complicated, which I feel like is a bad idea based on the nature of it being top-down. But what I thought would be a good system for communicating things is that relative to whatever floor I've created a layer for over here, which you cannot see, anything with a black border would just be whatever floor or elevation, even if it goes up a little bit. Like, this is kind of like whatever elevation you're currently on. And then anything that is blue, based on the current perspective, is above you. The perspective, I suppose, being based on, I don't know, like logic. I don't. I wasn't sure how to say it, but it's like, from whatever perspective, there's either above you or whatever the current floor is. How high above you? It's above you. Sometimes that's 1 floor, sometimes that's 2. And sometimes that's like a little bit more clear, and sometimes it's not. So, gonna try that. See how it goes. That being said, I think kind of, yeah. Top left is, of course, broken. Smart and unsay so, it's too powerful. Yeah. I don't know if I can consider myself top left. See, the thing is, right? I don't know what here, if chat wanted to put me on the Cartesian grid of smart and say so, where am I? So this is brainium power. I don't know how to do a brain. There's a brain. And then what? What is this? Boy's trying to not get banned right now. So there's brainium, and then there's say so. Say so. Top right. Kraos says top right, which is the correct answer for not getting banned. However, I want you all to know that despite whatever outward appearance, I am in fact in the bottom left. I'm actually so far in the bottom left that it would break the chart. That is all. Like 1/4 right, 1/2 up. So Kraos actually says like here and ish here. Which I'll take that. I suppose that's partially what I was going for. But yeah, anyways. First thing we have is the pod is my home now. So I suppose the first thing is that we only have one move. So we have a hallway. And what stands at the end of the hallway is oh, No, I did the thing where it went too far. Unacceptable. Is we have ourselves a friendly Rathian. I'm not sure if this is the same one or a different one. You write math essays, you can't be on the bottom. Darn. I mean, I could. I suppose we could very tentatively approach it. On the left we have this is broken here. If you look down, there's death, and if you look up, there's a balcony. So again, the shorthand for this being that blue is up. It's currently above us. So what we got, chat? Where are we going? Do keep in mind, just to clarify, this is probably the last map where I'm going to permit you to use time magic liberally. Keep in mind as well that, like, the more times that I have to use time magic, the more likely it is that I'm going to get a call from the time magistrates, and then I'll end up with some problems. Then my time magic stops randomly working as I proceed to irritate more and more divine beings. Forward to head past the Rathian and look around the corner. I would say that is currently the option. It's funny, as I said, I hope you look forward to this map in the future. The Rathian receives head pats, as it is not dangerous. All Rathians are queens. Around the corner we have a staircase. As mentioned, it does go up a little bit, but it doesn't actually change our elevation for this sake. Now, as we make our way... Oh, you know what I need to do? So I have to draw the path. Irritate divine beings, are you a cleric? No. And I think that's exactly what the problem is. Because if you're not a cleric, but you are demonstrating magic that deals with time, then it's perhaps that, you know, you'll end up with some problems. Yeah, so we have our path currently. We head pat the Rathian. Pat. Oh, you know what I could do? I should actually do this in gold. Oh, whoops. Yeah, this is gonna happen. We will pat the Rathian. If we turn up the stairs... we end up over here. Which we can see that there's now red path. And we have a little bit of an area here. Oh. So I have to find the wall here. Where's the wall? It's right here? There we go. And I think it goes here. And here. And we meet our friend, the ghost, who, I suppose if I wanted to keep it consistent, is a ghost for all intents and purposes. upon striking the ghost, last time, I guess, it didn't seem to work. That is all, basically. So I suppose we're like here-ish. You know what, I just realized that this arrow is black, which is the same color as our path, and perhaps maybe I want to make it a different color, for the sake of clarity. The blue thing off to the side is an archway. And you would be able to see into here. So it is passable. It's just that there's a little bit of a wall there, I suppose. It's like, it's like, how do I say it? Kind of pictured this as, I guess, like a clock tower-ish looking like, or perhaps like a parish. It's kind of what it reminds me of. Also, upon trying to hug the ghost, it disappears in embarrassment. So it does that. Oh, I have to scroll up a bit? I suppose you're right. Oh, that zoomed it out a lot. I just wanted to zoom in a little bit. Like that. Yeah. So it is just a path there. I also kind of figured having... So, again, if I wanted to have, like, multiple different exits, I kind of figured that having the big white arrow is a little bit obnoxious. It actually is not. So, the arch is not a one-way door. It's simply that there is a weird marking on the ground here that kind of points you in the other direction. So this is a, if you want to think about it this way, a functional hint, rather than a direct marking on the ground. Hello, JV, welcome. We had a little bit of a Art Master of Blush techniques on the ghost. Okay. Okay. Alright. We're gonna zoom into the ghost. This is their lair. I suppose this ghost needs some blush marks. So we can do a little bit of that. A little bit of this. And there we go. What a cute ghost. I think I can zoom out now. Yes, I'm having a Friday, JV. I hope your Friday is going well. It's been, like, very busy. Or, like, rather than busy, there's a lot of stuff I know I have to do, and I'm procrastinating. So, yes. You might notice that through the archway there is death. As the floor is on the correct floor. So, we're gonna go ahead and jump this. Bonk. And here is a room. There is a switch in this room. And it kind of looks like, I suppose, the entrance to... Or... yeah. Main lobby, foyer, something. With no doors in it. But there is a switch. You can also see in this room, because this is maybe a bit important, it's fairly high up, I should say. Maybe, is that like the correct way to describe this? It's a very big room. And if you look up a little bit, I think this will work. If you look up a little bit, we are on the bottom floor here. And then this red floor is kind of up there. So, as I was saying before, this is kind of like a perspective of floor 2. So all of this black wall and stuff would be on the floor above our current thing. Do you want to plant on the switch or bonk it? Because if we bonk the switch, we notice that the red floor apparates for a little bit and then it disappears. So again, are we on bonk duty or are we on plant duty? Plant duty. It sounds like I'm a gardener or something. Mysterious. Yeah, I mean, this is a banner switch. So what we could do if we wanted, is we could just plant here. And if we plant... Oh, you know what? Did I do it? Okay. I think I did. If we plant... Flag would be here. Red floor is now on. Which is to be implied because I'm currently not holding the flag. If you look above you, the red floor is also active above you. So I suppose if I'm to narrow down the options, we have 2 vertical climbing points, and then we also have what is probably the clear exit. So, what are we thinking? Back outside the room, the north path places the level? The north thing over here is an exit, so it would take you over that way into the next room, which would be next week to an extent. I mean, I was thinking if there was some ridiculous way to finish this room in one instance, but I don't think that's possible. Time magic to the blue floor. Alright, well, do we have any naysayers in chat? Do we have anyone who would like to contest this? Because our current, I guess, only other option would be to climb the red floor that's over here. In second floor. Like there. Oh. I should also mention that this little gap here, which is easier to see from the inside, is that it's kind of like a large window, or like a hole. It's a little bit more obscured from the outside, which is why it looks more like an archway here. Okay. Well, JV seconds it. So if we kind of waltz on back, the ghost is still scared. Alright. Should be pretty easy for me. We just do a little bit of a boop. You can get on top of here. which I will also update the path. Because we went back over here. And I suppose we ended up here. Would Rathian be willing to help us climb so we can save the time magic? Unfortunately not. The stream icons are uninteractable as far as solving the puzzle. Or solving puzzles in general. They're pretty fun to head pat and, I suppose try and hug. But are overall outside the mechanics of the game. Yeah, so there's a little bit of a section over here. From up here, by the way, you can see kind of like a direct straight line through the archway. Yeah, sorry, I'm not a beast tamer. I am in fact a wizard of sorts. South, please. And here we have a staircase into a very, very dark basement-y area. What else can you see through the arch? Nothing really, just that it seems to be a direct line. I guess what you might also be able to see better is that on top of the archway, or on top of the hole as well, there's a little bit of a thing sticking out. Like, I guess it kind of looks like a room or something. Maybe you would have been able to see it if you just looked up, but I think from this angle it's a little bit easier to see. Yep, it's simply that the you could learn beast taming if you slowed time. That is correct. However, I might have divine beings yell at me for abusing my magic. Yeah, basically the only thing is that this seems to be a pretty straight line through the arch and also the thing. Flag throw at the maybe secret switch. If we recalled the flag and tried to throw it, I suppose I could get a path here. How could I show this? Maybe if I did something like this. Not by any instance of misaiming or something. Simply the flag tings off of the wall over here-ish somewhere, and then falls over. Interestingly, so that I don't have to do anything else, the flag conveniently manages to catch momentum and land on the switch again. That's not a hint or anything, that's just because I don't want to have to move my model again. Or I suppose my thing back over there to activate the switch, unless I guess we wanted to do that. But we currently are in front of a very dark staircase. It's very, very, very dark. Pretty, like, you know, difficult to see or whatever. Flag is very helpful. Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes the flag is just pretty good. When it does sick rebound shots off of the wall. You go down the stairs. Going down the stairs, it's pretty dark. I actually think I, like, grabbed the wall. Interestingly, this character originally had the clumsy trait, and many, many times I had to roll dexterity just to go downstairs. Fun fact. So, we end up down here. In the deep, dank basement. I suppose this is a little bit of a miss for me, but this should actually be blackened. as it is on kind of the floor adjacent to here. Yeah, I actually ended up solving that problem by learning a cantrip, effectively, called Stopfall, which you could cast at very high levels to, like, prevent fall damage. However, my character was able to innate cast it. Search for mouse holes. That's a good idea, because there is in fact a mouse here, and I was gonna narrate it as though there are very red beady eyes in the corner. But it's actually just a mouse. We have found the Mouse Guardian. Congratulations. To kind of go in line with the thing that I said before, I'm not sure whether you want me to declare this map as fully explored, because technically we have no moves left. But there is a little bit more to it here, which I suppose you can look forward to either next week. I'm not sure how much I want to split up the next map that I'm thinking of in this map. We flag, bless you, yes. As I was saying, the Mouse Guardian, who is demonstrating very red, creepy eyes, was in fact just a mouse, and then it scurries off into the vents. Over that way. Nothing opens. You maybe hear some rattling of stuff. You maybe hear something get knocked over, but, that was a mouse. And that's it. So, kind of our only path here still is to, in fact, go to the exit, so I will autofill unless there is anything in particular you all wanted to look at. As we went down here, that would seem to be the case. I did in fact plan for if you tried to sequence break again. There was a contingency to that. However, we didn't go that way, so... if you try to talk to the ghost, it says, uwu. Because it is Shy Ghost. And yeah, so I suppose that is everything. I think the only thing actually that we didn't, like, specifically go to in the route was to grab that. But yeah, we can just kind of waltz ourselves to the exit, which would bring us into next week. Now, I hope you can trust me in how much I'm excited for this level, because I spent equally as much time on this level as I do on basically all the other ones. Which again, I still want to get the production of these down, because they take a while. And I want to focus more on, I suppose, the actual mechanics and puzzle aspect. Because writing takes a lot, and also, yeah, writing and optional stuff takes a lot. But please rest assured that sometimes I will feel like writing, and I would love to write more things about the world in my brain. I suppose the world of Lyria. Is that a spoiler? That's not really a spoiler. I think you might have been able to assume that we're currently in my universe. But yeah. What was the other thing that I was thinking about? Yeah, I think I will probably also commit to trying to hide a Mouse Guardian somewhere, which will usually involve this kind of getting achieved. But there's, I don't know, maybe an entire other half of the level over here. I'm really excited for it. I think it's going to be fun. But for the sake of, I probably need more time going into next week because I have like 70 deadlines. This one's locked off for now. But thank you, as always, for participating. I am actually like, you have no idea. Like, I spent a large amount of time thinking about the whole like time magic thing, and like how I wanted to advance, I suppose, the play of this, or the play of this game. But at the same time, I was also trying to figure out what to do with this map, and it'll hopefully be fun. I suppose. But yeah, that's it for this. I'm just going to DM my buddy one more time, because I think when I told them, oh, you know what? I missed something. Give me like 2 seconds, because I think I missed something important. Sorry. Yeah, I might have had a group meeting that was supposed to happen after my class, but as I was saying kind of before, I guess, or to continue my narrative or story from previously, is that I went to sleep very late last night because I took a nap. Oh no, my connection, darn. I'll have to give it a second. Gives me a chance to drink some water. Oh, are we back? Welcome back, folks. So, as I was saying, I slept in today and missed my class. That won't be an issue, but I did, miss it. And the timing for that was supposed to be that there was, a group meeting after that, which I suppose I missed because I was preoccupied by, preparing for stream, which again is my problem, currently. But, yeah, I think I already have a pretty good idea of what the next map is going to look like, so that's going to be fun. And I suppose also this one. That being said, okay, what did, yeah. My 500 megabytes per second are worthless. Darn. So yeah, that was a strategy meeting. Pretty short. Honestly, it's funny because I think along with the discussion from the start of the stream, like, if we filled that time with having to solve the rest of this stuff, I think that's actually pretty on pace for what I planned. So, like, I guess like 45 minutes or something. So, that's good. So, kind of the next thing, I guess, is in an attempt to, I suppose, I don't know how to say it. In an attempt to boost my sub goal, smash that subscribe button by head patting it very kindly. So I was gonna maybe do some Live2d work today. As I was mentioning before, I received a commission from my friend who very likely commissioned me just because they don't want to have to deal with other people. And that's basically it. I should also preface this by saying this is technically only my second model that I've ever worked on. The one that I'm using right now being my first one. Very first ever completed model. I shouldn't say completed as if I'm implying that I had other ones that were not completed. This is literally the first one I made. So, I suppose I've maybe learned some things since then. But, yeah. Does art time mean casual clothes? I could, if that's a request. I was thinking maybe it would be an idea. But I'm kind of self-conscious of changing like the stream to like say like Live2d in the title, because I don't know. I feel like there are people who are really, really good at doing this stuff, and then I'm just kind of like the hobbyist in the corner who's like, I mean, I'll do a commission, but it'll take a really long time. And also, I don't know. I kind of just wanted to chill because I know that, basically when I end stream, I'm gonna be writing like 5 papers until Sunday. So I guess I kind of wanted to chill. This is probably where it's going to be timestamped, but please understand, if you are watching this, I don't know, because you're interested in Live2d or whatever, we're basically going to be learning together. Because I did a lot of things, I don't want to say like by fluke, but it's been a while since I've touched the software. And also, I think maybe my rigging isn't like... I think I'm pretty good, but holy moly. I learned a lot from who did I look at? I looked at like some of Brian Swee's work. I hope I pronounced that correctly. I probably didn't. I think that's not like a weird last name, but like it has a pronunciation that I'm not sure of. And then also from... I looked at a lot of videos from Kira Omori and Dreamtrove. And then also a lot of miscellaneous videos. So my hope was just that in streaming this that like maybe I could also add some knowledge to the pool. This is not the demo that I'm planning on doing at 100 because what I wanted to do for that was to prepare something that was capable of doing in the free version of Live2d, because there's like a lot of restrictions if you're in the free version. Not so much that you're unable to do stuff, but there's like a lot of technical requirements. So you can still basically do everything, but there's like piece restrictions and like art mesh restrictions and stuff like that. So I wanted to prepare something that hopefully people could learn with. Which I have done no work on, because if the rate at which my subscribers grow is any indicator, I don't think I'm going to have 100 subs anytime soon. So since I have some other things to work on, I haven't prepared anything yet. But that's the plan. The plan is to create a resource, because I think Live2d is really cool. I'm just not a designated professional, so please don't consider any of the work that I'm doing on the stream as such. I'm just a hobbyist. With I suppose the work being professional literally that my friend paid me to work on this, so. The last time I asked them, they had no issues with me showing their model, or anything like that. So hopefully I'm not horribly destroying their trust. I believe what they said was it's free advertising. So give me like 2 moments to actually get everything set up. What was I doing? I was doing something. But, are you ready? Oh wait, no, I remember what I was gonna do. I was gonna change my outfit. Just for fun. For funsies, because I can. Which I don't consider my casual outfit, a second model, because I guess, like, body rigging is really easy, but also, like, it's because my body rigging is not, like, impressive, I guess, is what I should say. It's like I didn't do anything special with it. I just, like, literally rotated the chest a little bit. 2 seconds. But yeah, this stream was supposed to be a change of pace from what I normally do, because I don't know. Art streams are scary, you know? Because, like, I don't know. I don't, like, do that much art, or, like, I haven't done that much art in the past. And it's more like I started doing a lot of art when I got into VTubing. By virtue of the medium. And that's basically it. So hopefully this shows up okay. Can I unhide myself? There we are. Bing bong. Hello. Wow, the hat gives me so much extra height. It's exciting. Okay. So, I suppose we can just hop into it. Oh, wait. No, wait. We're not just gonna hop into it, because... Are you ready? Who is ready? Okay. Give me some guesses in chat. What do you think the model is that I got requested to rig? By requested to rig, I mean I also, I guess, had to design parts of the character, but also had to draw it, and whatever. Do we have any guesses in chat? I'll give you like a minute, but it's really funny. I really like the idea that I feel comfortable working on anything, because I don't know. It's like I obviously have my own I'm gonna say, like, biases, like, towards, like, I don't know how to word this. It's like art, but also but also the other things that I may or may not be working on in school are, like, I don't know, I'm just fine on projects. Like, if somebody else is passionate about a project, I like using that passion, I suppose, is like a way to put it. Like, you know, if I was doing something for myself, then I could do that, which is, like, basically everything I've done for this stream. But, you know, when it's not my character or whatever, then I'll draw whatever, because it's not, again, not my character. So, I suppose if we could get a drum roll. Are you able to hear this? Are you able to hear the drum roll? Oh, maybe it's not very loud. I think the noise filter actually prevents it from coming up. Give me 2 seconds so that I can roll the drum. Where's my microphone? So I want to... That is not the correct thing. I would like to take off the noise suppression just for a moment. So now you can hear the drum rolls. Drum rolling! My desk is taking heavy damage from my -1 HP hits multiple times in a row. I should also say that what they kind of said was that they're not really even sure if they wanted to, like, I think they were planning on streaming, but they're not sure when they're gonna do that or how they're gonna do that or whatever. I don't know what their plan is. They just wanted me to make artwork, so I did it. That is all. Yeah, I'm gonna have to timestamp a whole bunch of this stuff, aren't I? So we have, I feel so bad. Oh my goodness, because I want you to understand that this is, like, maybe partially my aesthetic, but also, like, I labeled this file, Chuny stuff, because I don't exist within that. I've actually had multiple discussions with this friend about whether or not I don't know how to say it. It's like, what is the acceptable level of Chuny that you're not making everybody cringe off the face of the planet? But here it is. So, this is the current model. I was going to review a little bit of all of the stuff that I have to do, or I suppose what was required for this, because, again, this is just supposed to be a chill stream. I don't know. I could, for all I know, I could redo the entirety of all of everything that I do this stream in Live2d because I'm unhappy with it. But yeah, so we have Lab Coat Girl. And if we take a look at... Oh, that's so interesting. It doesn't actually show the layer box. I tried to make it show, but it didn't. Okay. In which case, what I have to do is let us adjust this a little bit. We'll make this a little bit smaller. Simply so that we can go over this stuff together. I guess I could zoom in a little bit. I guess that doesn't really help, but... Excuse me. We have some stuff. So I put all of this in one folder called line art, but it's obviously not line art. Which also, working at this resolution makes me want to cry. I know that I basically don't do much with the resolution anyways, because I'm not a super swole artist person, but it's big. Very, very big, very large. We've got the hair. So we've got this. We've got this part. We have the top. And then everything else, so the under part and also the Kusa grass hair in the back is behind the head. So that's all kind of at the bottom. We have the blush, which I should actually probably separate into left and right blush, which I didn't do. I'll like probably be rigging it later anyways, but we also have some stitches. I'm not sure how much of a spoiler this is, but this one's supposed to be toggleable, and this one is not. It is, but like it's not. Is Science Girl very busty, or is that a shirt design? We'll get to that. But yes, they have Booba. We have the eye. So this is the entirety of the eye. The right eye. Which again is character right, not screen right. There's the brow. There is the, like, eyelid, I guess. The entire shape of the eye is currently 5 pieces. Oh, that is my stomach. Oh, did I turn on noise suppression again? I don't know if I did. But, if we hide this, we can see there's like a little bit of the eyelash there. Which, for that, we have the top of the eye, the side. We also have the other side. So there's both the left and right side. Oh, I think I have those flipped, actually, which is funny. Because the orientation for all of these are always supposed to be character-oriented. Oh, you know what this might actually also be? Is that I copied the eye over. So it might be something like that. Also, did I hide the thing there? It looks like it's missing something, but... yes, there will be boing physics. I don't know if I'm going to get to it today, but maybe. So that's the entirety of the eye. Or the eye shape, I should say. Then we have the iris, which is kind of like the big bit, and then also the shiny bits. So I wanted to talk about this, by the way, because there was actually like a really, really cool thing that I saw in a model that put like... what I imagine they did, because I'm not sure. Obviously, I don't have access to the model itself, so I can only guess. Is that they applied physics to the eye shine, and then it kind of like it jiggles around in the eyeball, and I was like, that's really, really cool. So yeah. So there's the spot on top, or that's the one on the bottom, this is the one on the top. And then there's the eye whites, which everything is clipped into, which also you have to clip. You have to put the clipping ID as well in Live2d. Suppose I can unhide this again. The head and the shadow is also 2 parts, because I figured when rotating it, it would have to be a little bit weird. Or might be a little bit weird. I'm not sure. Again, this is my second model, so... for the first one, I had a very interesting time splitting up pieces, and then needing to re-import the model, and then splitting up pieces again, because I wasn't really sure what I was doing. So that's that. Interestingly, I feel like something is wrong with this. The iris should be at the bottom because the other 2 pieces should be on top, which makes more sense. Oh yeah, another thing is that you have the tired circles under the eyes, which normally I think I would draw the underneath part of the eye separately, but since this was all kind of one big piece, I think it was going to work out. We have the mouth, which is upper lip and lower lip, and then the horrendous parts of the inside of your mouth that have to get rigged later for mouth forms and stuff. I did not discuss with them yet how they wanted their mouth to be, I suppose. Because, like, for example, my model has a smiling default. Has a smiling default, and then it has more smile with whatever. Yes. So these are stitches. We can zoom in a little bit. So we have like a stitch over here on the left eye, and then kind of on the mouth. I think this is supposed to clip into this, which I don't have set up. And then there's also some stitches underneath the right eye. I'm not sure if I was supposed to erase that, or if I just wanted to handle it via clipping layer. I'm probably gonna just do it with clipping, but... yeah, there's the nose. That's all one piece. Which again, all of these things, in case it wasn't very clear, was that all of these are like combined pieces. So like none of these are split up into like line art and shading or whatever, because when you import it, it all needs to be one piece. Here's the face, which looks a little bit weird when you hide it. And then we have ears, which are copy-pasted left and right so that they are consistent. Oh, we have a pen. Character has a pen, which must be drawn separately if I want to jostle it around and stuff. I wasn't really sure if there was anything I wanted to do with it, but yeah, I thought that was a thing. That was a special request, special ask. We have the entirety of the coat, which, since this part is mostly hidden, I filled in a little bit, so there's like some bleed, basically. But it's very unlikely that it'll be rotated more than this. So, artist secret. The coat itself, however, is split up into like... I did separate the lapel into its own thing, because again, I'm not sure if that piece is going to be rotated in like a weird way that I'll have to manipulate it. The booba as well, which I literally labeled as booba, has its own thing for both the coat itself, because it's technically a piece that's on top, and also the shirt underneath, which is its own piece. There's the coat, and then also the arm, which... So this was the thing that I was excited about when I was talking about it originally on stream, on the Manhunt stream, is that they don't have a hand, or at least not in this pose, which I'm hiding the other pose because I don't have to deal with it. Yes. Yes, it does, Poi. That, you can, yep, that's, I shopped this logo. By shopped, I mean, like, workshopped, as in, like, I spoke directly to the customer and was like, what do you want it to be? And they're like, yeah, no, I want it to be this. You might notice that there is a K here. I swear I'm not zooming in on the booba for any other reason. But yeah. It's Doc P, which is legally distinct from a popular soda brand. For sure. So we've got the arm, and then the forearm underneath it, and then the sleeves, which I said before I really wanted to have, like, floofing around, because they don't have a hand. So I really wanted to go kind of nutso on the physics with that thing, so that it could floop around a lot. The left side of the coat is mirrored, except for the pouch. So there's just like a few other lines there. That's the pouch. There's the booba, which, in case you didn't know, you do need to separate that into its own piece to do the jiggle physics. Because if you don't, I mean, you can still do it, but it's a little bit more awkward. And the shirt is just the blue stuff underneath. Here as well. I should actually probably fill this in a bit more, and I might run into issues with that. No, I think I'm actually gonna run into issues with that, maybe. Let's fix that real quick. So the thing is that the booba will probably jiggle upwards, right? Or to the side, like left and right. So I think this actually needs like a little bit more of this filled in. Which I'm gonna tentatively fix like this, and then hope that it's good enough. Okay. I think that should be good. Because basically, if this piece moves in front of it, it still needs to, like, continuously have the shadow. Otherwise, it'll be a bit weird. Okay, so, then I wasn't really sure how much I wanted the bottom of the lab coat to kind of jiggle around. my original intent was that it would kind of sway from kind of here downward. Like that's kind of where the floopy part of the coat is. So I split the belt up into like 3 different pieces for rotation purposes. So if they turned like left or right and I wanted to adjust that. Honestly, normally models don't, I feel like they don't rotate that much at the waist anyways. Like it's normally just like the chest kind of dictates where you're facing, right? So if I'm facing this way and you see like a little bit more of my back or whatever, right? I'm just like kind of changing where the chest is. Which I think on this model actually my back is really weird. My back, not this one. So and then we have the legs, which I put time and effort into because I'm very new to doing all this like soft shading technique mumbo jumbo. The pants as well is its own piece. The legs are 3 pieces for the thigh, the shins, and the shoes at the bottom. So the shoes probably will not move. Which they are slippers, by the way. They're literally like house slippers. I wish I could have done a little bit more with the texturing, but and actually, honestly, I think the foot, does it go up to... That might also be a problem. I think the foot should go up to here, and I just made a mistake. But we'll figure it out. Like I said, it's making like a model thing is really annoying. Well, it's nice sometimes, but it's also kind of annoying because it's like a very technical document where you need like everything has to be separated, and then like this will probably cause problems and hopefully it won't. So you have the Kusa hair in the back, which I had a bunch of different designs for the hair, and while this isn't really my style, I think it looks good. I wish I could have done some of the other hairstyles that I was thinking because they were cool. I like them. That's the back, so literally the bottom part of the bun. And then we also have the ponytail itself. So that's like a folded ponytail in the back. And we also have the back of the coat, which has to be its own piece. So that's the entire Photoshop file, because it has to be a Photoshop file. I don't know if they like take different file types now, but literally when I import this into Live2d, it'll have all of these things separated as such. I don't know actually if it automatically deletes the background. But yeah, I think I also saw an error this morning because I did like a little bit of practice to, you know, hopefully have some of the knowledge come back to me. But I'm gonna hide this now. And then we can get Live2d open. So I can close this. And I suppose I could leave that open because I'll need it for later. I'm just gonna double check one thing because I think they got back to me. Hopefully they're not telling me please don't show my model because I'll cry. Because I already showed it. No, they're fine. Okay. What did this person say? Okay. So, we are now 1 minute and 31 minutes. We're only 1 minute into the stream. If you're just joining me right now, well, welcome, because we're 1 minute in. Okay. So, oh, I want to change one thing as well, which is the stream title. So that I can at least maybe clickbait 1 or 2 people into watching my workflow stream. Even though it'll probably be pretty boring and relaxed. Plus, Live2d Cubism. plus workflow. Alright. That should be better. But yeah, I'm literally just gonna... I'm gonna see if I remember how to do any of this stuff, basically. Is this going to display correctly? Hopefully. Okay. So we have here our blank canvas. I think the only thing I moved around is that the deformer is normally over here, or the deformer display panel, I think, is combined with the parts panel on the left, and I believe the parameter is actually on the right as well. But when I was following a tutorial, somebody had them flip the other way around, and when I was following it, I just wanted, like, everything to be in the same place, but when I hopefully get to do a more exact demo where I'm being very precise about what I'm talking about and not blabbering around like an idiot, I was probably going to change it back to like the default like docks or panels or whatever. So literally what we're going to do is we're going to take the Photoshop file and drag it in here, and hopefully my computer will not explode. Gotta love the Windows noises. Okay, so this is the merged file, I believe. Which, by the way, sorry, I don't know if I said it, but I do have two files for the model. The one where I merged everything, and then one where, what's it? Yeah, so I have the merged file and the non-merged file. Because if you combine the pieces, right, in Photoshop, and you have to make like a small edit, then you're compromising your line art, and that's kind of bad. So, yeah, I wish I could go like, this is the VTuber's name or whatever, but I'm really not sure about any of those details, because again, this is, I guess, like a friend of mine, and they just kind of went like, oh, stuff. Make it. I want scientist with green hair. So that's what we made. I hope the resolution isn't too borked here. Okay, it looks like it's fine. Yeah, so we have all of our parameters and about 7 bajillion pieces to work with. I think where I wanted to start with was just the head. Honestly, most of the difficulty with this stuff is going to be like making the head angles like pretty convincing, which will be X and Y. I think as well, some people take a lot of time to... Oh, so it doesn't actually automatically delete the background. That's interesting. I'll delete that. When I was watching Brian's workflow, I thought it was really interesting because I think he did most of like the deformers and also the art meshes like all at the very start, and they spent like a few hours on it, which isn't a knock to that, I guess. Like some people go like, oh well, to make an art mesh you just like do stuff and it's fine, but I think it was really impressive because basically you have to think of like the model and how you want to manipulate everything, right, in advance. If you do all of the deformers in advance, and that's like ridiculously impressive. So I think we'll probably start with the head. This is my first time doing an art stream, by the way, and I'm kind of panicking. I'm also trying to see if my computer is going to explode, because it kind of looked like it was lagging a bit there. I'm going to change my VTube Studio to 30 frames per second, because I think it might be lagging the rest of everything else. I know it basically sounds like I'm stalling a lot, because I am, but it's really because I haven't done this in a very long time, basically like since I made my model. So... this... like this to be 30 frames per second. Hopefully that makes it a little bit easier on the rest of my computer. There. So yeah, we can solo pieces if we want, but I think I'm just going to manually hide everything. Oh, actually, the first thing that I want to do, because I don't want to forget to do it, is we should park the irises in the eye whites first. Literally just before I forget. So let's find the part. So it's the eye. This is the iris. Is that all of these basically need to clip into this. Yeah, all of these need to clip into this. So here's the ID in the top right. Just gonna copy that and put it as the clipping layer basically for all of these. It should work. Oh, I think I said no to the notification when I opened it previously. Normally it says like, are you sure it'll like affect performance and stuff? And it's like, nah, we good. There's also like a few ways I think people rig the face. Which the most common one, I don't want to say the most common one as if I like know what I'm talking about, but I think some of the techniques I've seen are like you put a deformer on basically the entire face and then go from there, but since I'm a scrub, I'm just gonna edit the face itself first and then go from there. So there's like a lot of stuff here, right? We could solo the face itself, but I'm just gonna hide all the face details. For my model itself as well, I hid basically, or like I had it into like two major deformers. There was like the one that actually moves the face itself, and then the one that moves the face details, because it's like if you move all of it together, the face can end up in some pretty weird places, and then what you'd do from there is then you'd put a deformer to like fix everything back, right? So like if you have a major deformer that kind of just shifts everything around, then you'd fix it again. But the face has some pretty dramatic deformations to it. So I'm just gonna hide all of this stuff. I think I want the I still want to see the neck, but I don't want any of the hair. This is poking out a little bit, but if I have to fix it later, I did see this when I originally loaded the model. Either we fix it later, but I think this should never poke out from underneath the hair. It might when it rotates to the left, but I actually wasn't sure if I had to fix it or not, so I just kind of like left it for now. An interesting side effect of kind of like the weird way that I did the hair shadow is that this is where the eye is supposed to go, right? So if I unhid this, basically you should never see that anyways. But it also gives me like an interesting like guide to work with, which I thought was funny. I noticed it this morning. But yeah, we're gonna group these two together. So the first thing is that this is just like a picture, right? So I can't edit this at all. There's no editors or anything, meshes or whatever. So this is an art piece. What I'm gonna do is actually I need to do these separately. Is I have the part selected and then I'm going to make a mesh for it. Which I'm choosing heavy because I specifically want oh, what happened there? That's an interesting bug. I've never seen that happen before. We're gonna Control Z that. What if we tried standard? Heavy? Okay, there we go. The reason why I want a heavy deformer is because I want, like, basically these are all points that control the mesh, right? And we're not going to be editing this directly because that's not good. But kind of this outline where the line is, I noticed gives like a little bit of extra accuracy with like the deformer. But only on certain pieces. You don't want that on everything because, like, for example, the shadow is like not going to be very detailed when we deform it. So we're just going to do this. But since we're not adjusting the mesh itself, I think you have to do it for like eyes and stuff. Specifically the eye shape, like for blinking, and a couple of other things. But we're going to shift select both of these. So again, I'm just like in the parts menu and I'm selecting like the face piece that we just gave a mesh and this that we just gave a mesh. I cannot intellectualize having a mesh on everything all at the same time because that would hurt my brain. So we're just starting with the face. And then I'm going to add a warp deformer for it. There's 3 types of deformers here at the top. I don't think I've ever used like this kind of double rotation deformer, and we will use a rotation deformer later, but the main thing that we're doing is we're going to add a warp deformer, which the naming convention that I noticed from Brian's workflow, which again is like, it's really fascinating to me when I watch these things, is that they name the part and then they name what it adjusts. So the part that we're working with is that this is basically the face. I could even say like face and shadow, but like this is the face or like the head, I could say, because face details might get confusing. But this is for head X and Y. The parameters that it's going to use are angle X and angle Y, and then the part that I'm adjusting is the head. I think I had a specific division on the warp deformer when I was working with it this morning, and I don't remember. But we're going to do this. Again, I apologize if this like absolutely destroys people's brains by looking at that. I think what I could actually do is if I do this, I could fix it with clipping. So the ID is face 2. Just clip this into this. Which again still has a look a little bit weird, but just because every time I look at it, it's gonna make me slightly more upset. So I did this for my head, to like a little bit less of a successful degree, but I want up here in the top right is where the what is this? The inspector. But since what I have selected right now is this deformer on the left, I'm looking at all of the properties of that deformer. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to give myself more height divisions. I think I set this to 8. Because I'm notably going to be adjusting around here, which is where the cheek should be. So when it rotates to the left and right, I want like a little bit of a cheek indent, which I think is pretty common. So, I don't think I have to change anything else about our deformer. But for anybody, again, who is confused, we have a mesh. We don't want to edit the mesh itself because we'll run into problems. So we put basically a secondary mesh on top of our mesh, which is the deformer. Because if you had to deal with basically this many control points, like, that's hard. Just go into like 3D modeling or something if you want to deal with... I mean, like, there's low poly modeling, but anyways. Yeah, that's what to deal with. So what a deformer does is it kind of simplifies that. So this control point is responsible for basically all of these polygons in the mesh. These like 7 bajillion polygons is just like controlled by one point. And again, that is like the line where we're going to be kind of like drawing the cheek. So, I can edit this deformer by like dragging stuff around, right? Like this is how you'll manipulate the piece, right? But it doesn't animate itself unless I assign it to something. So angle XY, which by the way, I actually didn't know this going into rigging my first model, but like angle X and Y is not like necessarily where your head is placed. That's the Z axis, or angle Z. Angle X and Y is literally if you took your chin and you like keep your neck in place and you like move your chin like to the left to like look to the left, or you move your chin to the right to look to the right. So that's what angle X is, and again, angle Y would then be the Y axis of like moving your chin up or moving your chin down. I don't want to say that webcams read it that way, but to conceptualize it in your brain, right, there's like looking left, looking right, looking up and looking down. It's not like where your head is placed. Your head stays in the same spot, otherwise it goes outside of the webcam. Or mostly in the same spot. Obviously you can move around a little bit, but also VTube Studio is really helpful, and I could have like more body movement if I wanted to, I just don't have it enabled. So for the sake of my own sanity, we'll start simple. We've added 3 keyforms, which is basically saying in the middle do nothing. If I've shifted my head to the left, right, I'm looking left, which is where my microphone is, that's negative 30. And if I'm looking right, that's positive 30. So it's going to animate basically between the nothing state and whatever I put on the 30, or negative 30. The thing is, like, and I can use a really fancy word here too, is that it interpolates it. With changing like one state into the other state. So we're going to go to negative 30, and that means that I'm turning left. So we're going to turn the head left. Again, how some people do this is that they they'll like change the center point as well, right? So we're gonna deselect the actual movement thing. What some people do is they change the center point and move it. But because I'm not affecting any of the face details yet, I'm only really concerned with editing the outward, like outside line art, which I want to reselect this, because what we have to do first is we're going to place the chin in the correct place, right? Because if I'm turning to the left, I want my chin kind of in line with this part of the neck. And we're not going to worry about rigging to the right, because we're just going to copy the frames. Right? So basically the only thing I've told it to do is that when it goes to negative 30, move to the left. So again, it's going to interpolate the instructions. So as I move towards negative 30, move to the left. Right? Because the approximate end position of where I want the face to be is here. But again, that doesn't really look correct, right? That's like, you're doing like one of those like, I guess like a giggity dance or something. And we're not interested in doing that. Now, if you wanted to think about art kind of like in a 3D space at all times, right? When you turn to the left from a forward-facing camera, this line will disappear sort of towards the, like, as it moves to the back, because you're rotating along a cylinder. And then this could potentially get bigger, but I think I'm probably just going to handle that with where the ear is placed. So the only thing I really want to do is all of this needs to move in a little bit, because that part of the head is going to be a bit smaller, and then it's also going to be a bit smaller again as the face rotates towards the extreme. So we're here. And again, that was like a very, very small change to the deformer, right? I basically haven't done much. But because we know that a head disappears towards the back, all I had to do was make it a little bit smaller, and it looks like there's like a very, very small amount of movement, right? Which, by the way, if I hadn't made it clear, even though I haven't really worked on that many like things, or like I've only worked on my own model and this is my second model that I'm working on, this stuff is so cool to me. Because they basically replicated what you might want to be doing in 3D. Like literally in a software, but they took all the concepts and then made it 2D. And then you kind of need to use the same like rationale that you would use in an art piece of like if you're rotating a 2D object for the sake of drawing it, like a cube or something, it's like the same thing, right? You just have to consider like what would this become if it turned, right? You're attached to your neck, so therefore this part is going to disappear a bit. So we also want a cheek. Again, I've split this up into multiple different deformers. So this wouldn't work if you grouped. If this deformer was responsible for moving the head and also all of the face details, this kind of technique wouldn't work because moving this inward would look disastrous for the rest of your face details. But because I want to define a little bit of a cheek, I'm going to do that. And then I suppose this could also maybe come out a little bit if I wanted to. It's a little bit weird. Which... I'm editing this with the arrow keys, by the way. Which you could also just move it with your mouse. Or also the selector tool, which in the top right is here. I was using a square drag selection. As if you would like select something in RTS game. But you can also use a lasso. And you can also use a paintbrush. I don't use the paintbrush, but Brian goes sicko mode with this thing. Like, holy moly. I don't know how he does it, but like, you can do so many cool things with the brush selection, I just can't do it. So, I kind of want the forehead out a little bit, maybe as well. I'm going to select this, bring this out a little bit. Also bring this out a little bit so that it matches it instead of looking a bit weird. I want the cheek to come out, but it looked weird when I edited it. It's like I kind of want this here specifically to come out, so the divisions just don't line up very well with it. But I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah. So now, also our animation, by the way, these keyforms, or green dots, are assigned to something. So it's assigned to this. You could also assign it, again, to like the mesh if you wanted to. But, you might run into some issues. So we turn to the left, the cheek comes out a little bit, and then the head disappears to the background. I know some people with their models have their chin like go way past the neck because their neck is fairly small. But since I made the neck thick, I don't think I'm going to do that. So this was something I learned just today, by the way. If you can believe it, maybe you can because I don't know how jank my model looks to some people. But I didn't know that the reflect tool existed. And this is genius. This is spectacular. So I made what I would argue are fairly precise edits to this face. If I wanted to duplicate it over here on the right-hand side of the face, so again, our variable here basically is set to 30 instead of -30, which is to the left. I would need to like, you know, I could put a guide maybe and then like move it and whatever, but that's a lot of work. And also you'll probably make a mistake. So instead what we're going to do is we're going to go to the modeling tab in the top left. There's a drop-down menu. And we can go to parameter and reflect motion. So the motion that I currently have selected is 0 to -30. by setting it to -30. And then what I'm going to do is reflect the motion. So the thing I have selected is the deformer for the head. I want it to reflect along the center, so horizontally, not vertically. And that should work. So it's now basically taken this keyform, but like inverted it to the other side. So now if I do this, we kind of have movement to the left and right. Pretty cool. We have a head that is rotating along a cylinder. So that's cool. Now we have to do Y. Oh, I wanted to mention as well, when I was watching somebody else do angle X and Y, they finished it in like 5 seconds, and I was so jealous. Like, holy moly. Some people are like... I hate using the word talented because like this stuff is a lot of work. But like, wow. Just so impressive. So yeah, now we're taking a look at angle Y. Again, we're still assigning this to our head XY deformer, because that's kind of the role we assign to it in our head. So -30 is your head is going down, and +30 is your head is going up. So again, we're kind of, the neck is kind of a cylinder, but since our head has popped out a little bit, I just like looked at myself in the mirror, which doesn't follow very well, because again, I think some other people, when they do angle Y, like have a particular way they do it. But basically, we can't like reflect or use the reflect motion thing for XY because it changes differently. So for Y, the head is going to go down a little bit. How much you want the head to go down. What I'm doing is I'm selecting it and holding shift so that it gets dragged along a straight line. Because we want the head to go down a little bit. Oh, please excuse my mouse for being crummy and old. I want it to go down to, let's say, around there. Oh, did I have the wrong form selected? That's bad. Okay. So your other best friend that you'll notice is Control Z. Because I didn't want to mess that up based on like my mouse doing something funny. Which all of this is done with a mouse, by the way. I don't know if anybody edits these with a tablet, but I don't. So, again, I just want the head to move down slightly, which hopefully will work this time. I want to click and hold, go down a bit. It's also a combination, I think, of like my CPU exploding, and then also my mouse being jank. So now that goes down. Now we also, because we can't reflect this motion, and also because it might not go up or down in the same proportion depending on like how you animate it, we're going to go up. So now we have our head moves up and down a little bit, but if you look at yourself in the mirror, right, I think the only thing I really want to change is that, like, I think the thing that helped me is that, like, if you put your fingers on your jaw and then you, like, rotate your head, you can notice basically, like, how much your chin kind of determines where your head is pointing. So it's like, if you move your head up, right, with your fingers on your jaw and look in the mirror, you'll notice that basically your chin is completely in line with your jaw. And then if you go down, your chin moves really, really far away from your jaw. So we're going to try doing that. Honestly, I feel like when I rig this part, it looks really weird. And that's probably because I over edit it, which this was the part, honestly, on my model, I feel like doesn't look as good. Like the up and down motion doesn't look as great. But to my understanding, basically this is our jawline, and then this will move towards the jawline, even though it's an anime figure, kind of, right? An anime head. This chin should move towards the jaw as it moves upwards. And then, as well, this kind of disappears to the background, so which doesn't necessarily do much, I think, as far as, like, because we're not really going to see it. we'll probably see it when we edit the hair. But yeah, now we have, again, the chin starts to come in line with the jaw, which these probably shouldn't be up. Maybe you should have selected that individually, but I feel like I still want that to be straight. It shouldn't matter because I'm not adjusting face details yet, but yeah, so that's up. And then when it goes down, your head, your big dumb head becomes bigger here. And then your, I suppose, like chin and jaw move apart. So I think that's something kind of like this. It's like a little bit, just a little bit longer here. It's kind of weird looking. Do not want to select this. Bring this more down, like this. Okay. So, very small adjustment, and then this also very small adjustment outwards. Which probably shouldn't matter, but I'm doing anyways. So hopefully that looks good. So we look more down. Face gets a little longer, and then we look up. Face becomes like that. Again, the down, it's always like the down or up motion that looks weird to me, and I don't really know how to fix it because I'm a beginner. So like maybe something feels a little off about it, but I'm gonna leave it for now. Am I gonna leave it for now? That might cause problems. But yeah. So, since I'm in teaching mode, even though I'm not supposed to be because I know nothing about what I'm talking about, right? Basically, we have programmed 4 states that this head is supposed to be in. So left and right, and then up and down. And then the thing that everybody ever is going to tell you in every single tutorial forever is that we have not accounted for the state that involves left and right at the same time. So it'll do this. Honestly, there probably shouldn't be a keyform here. I don't know why there is one, but normally it'll rotate back to the default position. So we need to do the thing where we animate by hand every single corner. We're not doing that. So it should be Control 4, or also again, it should be in the modeling tab. I just realized that the modeling tab is where like the top bar is basically cut off by my cropping. Which again, I did that because I wasn't sure if it was going to show my name under the license, but it doesn't. So it's probably fine. But again, top left is where all your menus are. So we're selecting the modeling menu. You can at least see the drop down. And we want to do is we've selected our parameter. You've also selected, like, you select basically the thing first and then the parameter, because I think if you don't do that, it'll try to synthesize the corners for every piece you have selected. It's probably bad. But yeah, synthesize corners. Option, what we have selected, because let's say I did some very, very precise modeling on, like, the eyes or something, and I didn't want to adjust that. Then don't select the object. I think you can also, yeah, all draw objects and deformers, yeah, but like we're not doing that. We only want to synthesize the corners for the thing we have selected, and then the 2 parameters we're using are X and Y. Boop. So this will give us a place to start working with. As you can see, the head now rotates in a few directions. Again, My modeling on this is maybe not the best. But this is the concept. I think one way that I saw the corners kind of adjusted was that they kind of slant this part of the head a little bit more into the corner. Which I know you can't see my hand doing it, but honestly, if you like, because there's a few people who like head XY tutorials, is like, if you just observe, I guess, kind of like literally if you pause on a frame of a VTuber doing something, right? Like for example, like if I looked to the bottom left, or like replicated the angle that this would be, which is your angle X is negative and your angle Y is negative, right? If you basically observed what the face looks like in that direction, which VTubers, you know, do this, they like wiggle around and stuff, right? So in the same way as you would like get an artist reference, right, from like looking at any picture online or something, whether that's like real, anime, or whatever, right? You can get a reference literally for this keyform of like looking to the bottom left, which if you've done X and Y, that's fine. And then you synthesize a corner, and either you are happy or not happy with this, but you can like make small adjustments based on like looking at a reference, right? I'm gonna say it's fine for now because I personally want to look at more references before I change it. But again, this is XY just only for like the base head. It's not any of the details yet, which I group into a separate deformer. So if we look at the right, we have two pieces, not even really two pieces because I have to adjust the shadow according to how the hair moves. We have basically one piece done. Fantastic, we have like 120 more to go. And this model only has like 2 strands of hair too. My hair is like 20 pieces. I know I keep saying that, but like it makes me really happy that if there's anything that I kind of feel like I did right, it's that like hair physics, many physics. I don't have Y physics for my hair, but give me like 2 seconds. So I think the next thing that we could probably do is the face details, which you could find all of the pieces that you're working with in the deformer, like, I guess, navigator? Is that what that is? But your file structure from Photoshop will be in the parts section. So if you know how your file structure is from Photoshop, then you might want to look here for selecting things. I feel like the stitches are going to be weird when I move them around. But as I mentioned before, since we're basically learning at the same time, I'm going to do this. Oh, you know what I should do first actually is probably the ears. Because that kind of helps know where the head is oriented. Let's do that first. Because I also learned a cool thing you can do with these, which, again, if you want to believe it, because of how jank my model is, I rigged each eye individually. There's a technique that you can do that replicates how your things are rigged, and I did not do that, and basically created more work for myself. So again, this is on the side of our cylinder or whatever, and the ear will disappear to the back as it moves this way, but looks a little bit off because it's not moving at all. So I think what I did for this before is first we have to give it a mesh so we can actually edit it. And then we want to give it a deformer. Again, because that is our mesh. On top of our mesh, this is the ear for the right, and we are doing angle X and Y. And then we also have to give it keyforms, which, the one at 0, 0, very important that you don't edit that, because then you'll basically, like, how do I say it? It's like you've adjusted the thing that's supposed to be default, and then you can basically never get it back unless you Control Z to it. Or I think there's other tools where you can do that, but I haven't like run into that issue, or I've never made like a mistake that messes up the mesh to where you can't just like go back to default. So this as well won't be able to reflect the motion because it's different for -30 and +30. Kind of want it still to be showing, but kind of like that. And then similar to what happened to the head, we're just gonna like move this in a little bit, and then we're gonna move it in a little bit again. And that kind of seems like it's disappearing into the background. Oh, that looks a little weird because I moved it up. I was hoping that it would look fine, but it's a bit weird. So, Control Z is our best friend. We're going to Control Z until I did not edit it. Which, if you're adjusting with arrow points or blips, you can run into problems because each individual like tap towards the inside is recorded as a movement or whatever. Might run into some issues. You can select each keyform individually, by the way, by right-clicking. That's what I'm currently doing. So I kind of feel like I want the ear to move, right? A little bit. So I feel like it's actually supposed to be more out. Oops. Reselect this deformer. It should probably be out a little bit. But even though it is out, we're going to move everything inwards. Because I want to kind of like animate that turning motion rather than it just like naturally disappearing behind the head. Also do some foreshortening because since it's disappearing towards the back, we can make it a bit smaller just in general. So we already had it flattening on itself, but also now it becomes a bit smaller. I think that should work. If it does not, we can always Control Z. It's not bad. Okay, so now, as you can see, ears probably don't fly off of the head. So, I think what I did here, though, was I did make it a bit bigger. Because, again, our cylinder is moving towards the front, like to where the camera is. So this gets a bit bigger. And then I think we're just going to kind of attach it to the head. Like this. I could have, like, filled in more ear space so that this pops out a bit more, but I didn't. And again, I might always just, like, adjust this if I feel like it looks terrible. So, you don't always get that liberty because you're not always the artist, but since I am, I can trash talk my own artwork all I want. It's a bit weird. It looks like it's kind of like going up a bit, which I don't actually want it to do. Maybe this should go down a bit. It's weird because it's probably fine like that. want to move like that. I guess another important thing to keep in mind if you're working on your second model like me, is that doesn't have to look perfect. It was actually very interesting because I'm going to use the authority of Brian because he's tried to make a tutorial 70 times for this software. But very small changes in the art mesh can imply movement. So even if it looks a little bit weird when it's hit its extreme, if it's your first model, right? You don't have to have it perfect. Just the idea that this implies movement is usually good enough. I suppose you also have to understand how it's moving, but I mean, what? Let's look at references. I literally looked at 7 different people rigging a model to get references for this. So the head tilts up, your ears will probably tilt downward a little bit. So instead of moving this up to match where it was previously, where the eye line is, I actually didn't do this on my model, I think, very well. It's hard to see my ears because it's covered by a lot of hair. But your ears are probably going to be a little bit below where your eyes are because your ears are in the back. So as your head tilts upwards, your ears go back. Only a very slight amount. So we're not going to completely match what it's doing here. Instead, we're just going to do this. And zoom out a bit. I feel like it's supposed to be more down, here or something. But then it also needs to match the rest of the piece that's moving, which I don't know how to do. So we're just gonna what would it be? So it's the bottom part of it should be bigger, right? So it gets kind of smushed like the chin. Because that will come forward, and then this will go to the back. I think. Taking some scientific estimated guesses here. Some guesstimates, if you will. And this part gets a little bit larger. So the back of the ear gets a bit smaller as it moves towards the back. And the bottom gets larger, which is again pretty hard to see. But it just needs to imply enough movement so that it makes sense. Which again, I probably wouldn't be saying as honestly if I was working on somebody else's model. It's no, it's hyper-realistic, buzzword, something rather, whatever. It probably doesn't matter too much, as basically the entire Live2d community bullies me simultaneously for making that statement. Yeah, I guess the other funny thing is that, you should probably give yourself as many resources as you can, but I've already discussed on this stream, not on this stream, but previously, that I'm really bad at joining communities. So I think Live2d has a Discord or something that I just did not use. Okay, so now this is the inverse. The top of the ear will come forward, and the bottom of the ear will go back. That looked very weird. Because it got smaller. I think that means like this needs to get bigger. Is that correct? No, that's very weird. Can't tell if it was too much movement or I'm moving the wrong part. Oh, you know what it probably needs? Probably needs to move a little bit. Because this matches the head moving upwards, whereas this doesn't move at all. So it probably has to move downward a bit. This is probably more in line with the eyes. Eyeballs. It's good enough for now. Okay, so we should probably do the same thing we did with the head, which is synthesize the corners. Oh, this should probably work. So I think what it'll do if I do this, yeah. That's really interesting. I wonder if, like, that was changed recently or something. Because these should look weird when I do them. Yeah, there we go. That one certainly looks weird. I don't know why it's making a keyform for me, like, here, where it, like, looks like it is. I don't know if it is or not. So we're gonna synthesize the corners because we want it to track the entire face. Doesn't look too weird. Okay. Gotta save. Probably. Probably save. Give me 2 seconds, because again, I don't know if it pops up anything when I save. Okay, Chuni model 1. I'm a big proponent for keeping versions, by the way. Just in case, like, you mess something up. And then you're like, I liked the ear about 2 versions ago, but then it got really bad. So you can go back to version 1. If you save everything separately. Don't make like 70 versions, but I don't know. Maybe make 70 versions. Something I learned recently is that, so we have the left here, right? But we're not actually going to use it. So we can have a guide for where we need to put it by lowering the opacity. But what we're going to do, I think, is you select all of these, and then you want to, like, copy it. Literally Control-C, Control-V. I think it also spawns it with a rotation deformer, which is weird. We don't actually want that. So, gave us a deformer of position adjusting, but we don't need that. I don't think it lets you delete the deformer as well, unless you unparent it. So this is going to be our left ear instead. And then the part we should also probably rename to ear left. Okay, now, if I'm remembering this correctly, because this is new stuff to me. I didn't do this stuff for my original model because I don't know, it was silly, I suppose. So we can edit the shape by reflecting it. I don't know if this is specifically I don't know if this is in the free version or not. But yeah, we don't want to reflect Y because then the moving up and down will be reversed, which doesn't make sense. But again, we're gonna flip it horizontally because we want to flip it left and right. And we're gonna invert that. I think this should work. If not, then it might be bad. So we can see here that my model is like slightly not symmetrical, which, again, since I'm my own artist, I don't care. How do I fix that, though? Because it should, yeah, like it should track the model fairly well, still. But now that's wrong. I'm gonna see if it's like a problem with just this in the right place as well, I suppose. I want you to be inside the folder, please. There we go. Okay. Where's the problem in this? Because it starts off in the wrong position and then it, I suppose, also goes to a weird position. You need to be in the right spot, which is there. And then it should do weird stuff when we go here. So let's fix that. Is that the same as the other side? I think that's fine. So here, I think it disappears right behind a little bit. So this should be further back. What could I use as a landmark? Yes. It's like the full line disappears, so I think that means that this is supposed to be here. I'm not entirely sure what went wrong, that I have to fix all these keyforms, but at least the scale by which it grows and becomes smaller, like the foreshortening part, still seems to work, which is good. Going up and down seem to be a little bit weird. Oh, it's probably because again, the X position is weird. So let's just fix that. Again, it going outward, like this kind of part of the deformer is still good. And kind of like having this move upwards is still fine. It's just like, it's weirdly out of position. Which actually didn't happen when I was practicing. But that seems to be correct. Now here as well. It's like part way through the earlobe. So around there. I know that the ponytail on the back is a little bit unsymmetrical. So I think even though like this kind of has that shape, it shouldn't be the same on this side, I believe. So that's like weirdly shifted up. I don't know. Line and this line seem to be fine. So I'm going to hide this because that was our opacity ear. I should probably delete it, but in case something goes wrong, I'm just going to leave it there until like the model is actually done. Okay. And then this should also have the problem of the corners being weird, yeah. But the good thing is that we fixed X and Y, so if we combine these, or rather, we synthesize the corners, it should work out in the same way to the other ear. Those are good. I feel like the ears are a bit low when they're facing up, but it's probably fine. It's like a later, fix later thing. So that's the ears. We can have some approximation of the face detail, which I'm a little bit scared to do, because I think this is something that required a fair bit of nuance. Which, if I'm already a little bit concerned about the nuance of, like, rigging it individually, consider doing that, but while adjusting the head at the entire, like, at the same time. So all of these need deformers. I don't remember which one of these probably wants a more accurate deformer, or I should say mesh. Not going to touch the stitches yet. So I'm just going to put a standard mesh on all of these. Until I need a more complicated one. I'm going to select all of my parts. I don't know if folder selecting works, because I haven't done it in a while. All of these probably just need a standard one. I think... Oh, no, it deselected everything. It didn't deselect everything! Nice. I don't know if folder selecting this stuff is more efficient, but I'm control clicking all of these. Okie dokie. Yeah, so those are all the different pieces, right? And, actually, yeah, I think it should be fine. So I'm gonna put a standard mesh on all of these. Hopefully that is fine. It's a little bit horrifying to look at, I know. But, I think sometimes the iris has, like, a more busy mesh. And also sometimes there's just, like, weird problems with the meshing, but I think this is fine. Now I'm going to take all of those pieces and slap them in a deformer. And we're going to slap it in one warp deformer called face details. XY, because again, those are the two parameters we're working with. So all of these pieces are now in one big deformer. If I move this deformer around, it should move everything, which is horrifying to look at. Now we kind of need to match the face to the head movement we already have. Some people do all of this in one deformer. I'm not. Okay. Let's see. So if it turns left, I suppose we can get just the general movement down, right? Is that this kind of goes over here, right? It's maybe approximately where the eyes are supposed to be. It's kind of like this, right? And then if we move it to the right... Oh, right. Maybe I don't... because I don't think I've used the reflect motion before on this specifically. I suppose the only non-symmetrical piece is the nose, which might have some weird things happen to it, but basically what we're going to do is we're going to put everything approximately in the right place with this deformer. And then we're going to put a smaller deformer underneath to actually adjust every piece that's within this deformer. So first, the program's going to look at, like, okay, let's move it kind of generically from side to side, or up and down, or whatever, with maybe some adjustments that I might make. But then we're going to edit basically everything else. Now, what I don't remember is if I want to reflect motion here or not. Because some people also adjust, like, the insides of the deformer. Which I don't know if I want to do here. Because you could, like, do this. Oop. Something kind of like this. I think the reason why I didn't like doing that is that it kind of makes it look like the face is popping out. When, like, it's only really the nose needs to maybe be moved off to the left a bit. And then, like, this actually, like the eye itself probably slants inwards. And this part also slants inwards, so I don't really remember what I did for that. I think I'm just gonna use this as like to move position. I think some people use rotation deformers for that, but rotation deformers are difficult sometimes because they don't inherit stuff, which is annoying. Okay. So, move you down. Oh, it's not what I want. Control Z is our best friend. Reselect this. Something kind of like this. Goes down. Goes up. Something maybe kind of like this. Left and right. I think I'm going to reflect it. Modeling parameter reflect. I know it's like basically almost reflecting nothing, but we're gonna do it anyways. Just so it's like kind of an exact distance. And this goes up and down. Okay. So that's just like putting everything sort of in the right place. I'm pretty sure you can also adjust the deformer by going like left and right so that it's correct, but what do we want to fix first? I'm pretty sure the blush was weird. Maybe the eye, like the general eye shape, would be a good place to start. Yeah, so the entire eye shape, as well as the iris, because it's within the eye shape, will probably also be grouped into one big deformer. Which we're not like doing any blinking or anything yet, we're just like trying to put everything to rotate to the head correctly. Because the head is the important part until you get to cool like clothing physics and stuff. Yeah, so that's the entire eyeball. I think I want to include the eyelid as well in this, but I'm not sure if the brow is gonna like be slightly different, because like on a face, right, the eyes like go a little bit more back, like they cave in a little bit, and then the eyebrows are like more part of the forehead, which might jut out when it rotates. So this is one deformer. You are eye something. I don't know if this is eye shape or just like the eye itself. It's not the iris, it's not just the eye shape, but this is kind of like the whole eye. And this is XY adjust, which was a shorthand that I don't know if it's still used, but I used it for my model. Because if we had a larger movement, right? If we look at the deformer hierarchy, which is this panel here, we have like first the face moves using X and Y. And then now we can see that if we look at this deformer, it has no keyforms. Oh, I pressed some buttons and I look like I'm being sarcastic. I wonder how long I've been like that for. I should turn off number log so that I can't press any weird expressions. Yeah, so we have XY adjust. If we move this to the right and left, right, we can see that the face still moves because the head and then this face as well is moving. if we had some like weird things happening in the middle of the deformer, it would also do something with that. But we're just focused on the eyes. Actually, you know what we might want to do is we could group also the entire other eye into here if we're doing kind of like a... I kind of want to adjust them separately, but I'm not sure if it might be better to group them together. Let's do this first. So our eye will disappear to the background. Do I want more divisions? Maybe. Oh, I can't type those anymore. So maybe grab some water. Yeah, let's take this. Might be too much. Maybe this. Move this in a little bit. You can hold shift to make it a straight line. This as well. Needs to move in. Probably stick off a little bit from the side of the face. I think it's because this is getting squished. Looks a bit weird. Control Z that. Do I want this, maybe? Oh. Okay. Also this. Look kind of weird because it's not symmetrical. This is okay. I might also just change the nose. I kind of forgot that it's important to consider that. But yeah, I think also the eye is a little bit too far off in that direction, so it definitely gets smaller. It probably also, like, again, it gets a little bit smaller there. Like this. And then also the weird thing is that, like, right, your eye kind of indents inwards when you're looking at it from this angle. I think that's just this. So these need to move in a bit more. It's still a bit weird. Do I want to select the entire center and drag it inward? Just a bit. And then, like, we still have to do a bunch of adjustments to, like, the eye itself, but kind of that, like inward caving in kind of thing. I think I remember seeing people do. Because, like, this needs to pop out. Same with this part, I think also needs to pop out. But now it kind of looks like they're looking upward, right? It's a bit weird. So is this only supposed to... The bottom is maybe not supposed to deform like this? This might look slightly different from the start. But it's okay, we have this one still. Also, I guess, like, if we really run into any difficulties, we can always, like... There's, like, a reset something. Or also, like, if you still have the base object like stored somewhere, like the original keyframe, you can just like delete all of the keyframes with this button, and then you should be fine. I'm not going to do that because I think this is still fine. But this looks a little off to me somehow. I'm not sure if it's the left eye or the mouth probably needs to come back a little bit. And this is probably fine for now. I think this and this position are a bit off. So now, we probably, again, like want to finish this entire thing instead of... Not the entire model, we're definitely not doing that, but the like X and Y, because that's what we said we're going to do. This probably needs to get a bit bigger. As well, it kind of... It's a little bit bigger. Whoop. And then also want to move it a bit so that it's here. Then it still also kind of does this thing. I want to do this. I think this, maybe. These parts. It's like the iris itself. But that might be adjusted separately from this, like, adjuster. Or whatever. Like, we'll eventually do, like, where the eyeballs go. Which is, like, a really, really cool technique that one person does. Which I don't know if it's, like, standard to do that, but it's, like, you do your head or, like, eye angle X and then also eyeball X. So it's so that you can do stuff like this. So, like, if I'm like this, but I kind of, like, look at the camera, right? Like, it could possibly track that I'm, like, looking over, kind of still back at chat, which I think is cool. Yeah, for now that's probably fine. So, it gets a little bit smaller when it goes to the right. It's a little bit bigger when it goes to the left. And the positioning on this is a little weird. I might have wanted to adjust the eyes at the same time, but I might end up, like, copying them, or, like, I might do them, like, manually anyways. Beginner problems. Okay, so we have the eye top, and then I didn't include the eyebrow, right? I didn't want to move it at all. So the eyebrow is only being shifted from the from our big adjuster or whatever, for, like, the entire face. So I want to give it its own thing. Oh wait, I should probably, because we only did X here. Do Y as well. So it's like the eye kind of, like, goes backwards, right? A little bit like that. I can change how much I'm editing like this. I want it to be, like, more of... If I want it to select more points inherently. There's, like, how many... There's, like, these green selectors, right? So it's moving basically all of this stuff in a big line Whereas this, it splits it at the middle. So you can adjust the middle and the top corner. And this has no selectors, you just drag select big pieces and stuff. Okay. I think this maybe goes in a little less. This goes in maybe a little bit more. Kind of still want this. Probably needs to be like brought up a little bit. It's acceptable. Now here. Can we see more eye, right? I think now that I'm thinking about it now, I'm pretty sure I adjusted both eyes at the same time on my own model. Just might like have some weird After Effects or just like more work trying to clone all of it. I think I could just copy paste all of it too, but I think that would be more useful if I've rigged the entire iris as well. So maybe I'll just like finish this or something by itself. So this. I feel like the bags get a little bit bigger. Wonder if I can do that. Maybe it looks a bit weird. It's cool when I adjust this as well, but I feel like the eyes themselves should also move down a bit more. Maybe that's wrong. Which the right eye is gonna look very weird. Like the right eye is gonna look very weird because it's not adjusted yet. Oh, I forgot to put which eye in the deformer name. This is the left eye. In the case that I have two different deformers for both, I should have the same issue with the corners. So, yeah, look at that shaky face. I suppose I didn't do that with the face details, or I forgot. Let's do that. So that should already do something like that, but the eyes are a bit weird. So, do this, Control-4. Yeah, that certainly looks a bit off. Like the corners probably need more adjusting. Learning, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely have to look at that again. I think at the very least I want to place the brow, the sort of correct area, I think, of wherever the eye is supposed to be, but I'm not. Who knows? Who knows where that is? Oh, we don't want to give it keyforms, wait. We want to give it a deformer first. This is eyebrow left. Eyebrow, 2 words. Adjust. XY. Adjust. We probably don't need this many, because I doubt we're changing that much. Let's make this like this. Less subdivisions. To the left. Kind of just want to put it in the right place first, because I don't know if the way I was changing the eyes, like, for the Y are what I necessarily want. Kind of want it like this. Let's go down a bit. Oh, I'm still in this one. Want to like this. Maybe it gets a bit smaller as well. My computer sure is chugging a lot. Or just this. Okay, now if we go up, this should probably be closer to the eye. Like that. And if we go down, we should see more forehead. I think. It's possible that that's also not correct. Okie dokie. Something I kind of wanted to do was definitely the hair. As we've been looking at being very bald basically the entire stream. I'm not really sure if I did this kind of right eye, where it's like really where I want it to be, so... Because I might go back and like do all of this like eye section as one chunk. I might also... I could also like clone it and reflect it. Maybe that also works, but I'll leave it for now. Something that is important to me is hair, because I like hair. But it's hidden. Okay, let's see if I remember how to do physics and stuff. I think what we can probably do is like one strand. And then if that's good, then either we mimic it or something. Because it's symmetrical. Let's give it mesh first. I hope that's good enough. And then a deformer. This is the right bang. XY. Okay. So over here, the top of the hair is going to distract me. So over here, we want you to be kind of hanging off the edge of the face, like that. Still kind of the middle point. Should probably also get a bit smaller. Or... interesting piece. Oh, my mouse did something interesting. Let's not do that. I was wondering if it'll go to the back at all, but... let's... oh. This side, I suppose. Maybe I'll do these both kind of at the same time. Or I could probably do it in, like, one deformer. It's just, like, distracting, so maybe I'll do this. Just hide it. Oh. Thinner on that side and a bit bigger on that side. Let's go like this. Whoop. Feels like a little bit flat. Did I combine this all into one piece? Oh, that's a bit weird. I think this bottom part is not supposed to be combined with the top part. No, I thought I didn't do that. It might be that I did. That. And then this goes up. So this goes up. How high up does it go? Probably less than I think it does. Oh, it goes down. We see more of the back of the head. Oh. I think I accidentally selected this as well as... Did that mess anything up? I don't think it did. Because that doesn't have any keyforms, so it shouldn't do anything weird. This actually makes this part bigger, probably. Like, I kind of want a division there. The right eye being off is like kind of funny and weird looking. Okay. All right. Since it's going to tilt me, I kind of want to do top of the hair because it's pretty important for knowing the angle Y. It's probably also important for X, but it's like this middle part should start pointing like backwards that way. Should also technically move. So we'll make a new deformer. This is for the top of the hair top. That's why. Let's go all the way down there. Oh, because it comes around. Like there. Okay. I want this to be 3. I might want more things as well. I'm not sure yet. So this goes this way, which means that and it follows to match it. Ish. But then this gets squished in. Oh, that's a bit weird. I'll have to watch that. This needs to point backwards. Just this side also has to become larger. I don't want to grab the top. Just want these, maybe. That might also move it. Yeah. So I just actually want these. Question mark. Huh. I gave myself more things. It's 8. Because I need this to come inward. It's possible that that's not going to happen. Might just not happen. Yeah, that's fine. Go the other way. I wonder if mirroring here would work, because it's a symmetrical piece. Probably will. Let's try it. Oh, I need this. I think because I changed this, it's not really pointing towards where I want it to. Kind of like that. These point with the head. Now let's try reflecting it. Yes, please. Does that look acceptable? Kind of. And then I think I also have to adjust to like this so that it matches the forehead. Which I think I'll fix later. That looks a little bit weird. I wonder if there's a better way to do this, or if I maybe should have separated the shadow into like its own piece, because that's awkward. Because I thought it covered basically everything, but because this like dips into the side of the hair, it's a bit off. All of this entire section needs to be like shifted that way. It's weird. I maybe also wanted to like, maybe I could have made like a thing for this, like a pattern or something. instead of kind of like trying to line it up against the head. I feel like I want a thing there. Feels like that's a bit thick. Like weirdly thick. Not like the good kind of thick. Because it still sort of needs to wrap around like the head, right? Should be more in. Alright, well, it's acceptable for now, as I spend time trying to maybe need to find some more references or something, how I want to adjust things. The one thing that I did actually want to, like, try and, like, experiment with... Oh, you know what I don't think I did the Y angle, wait. Because... Oh, that's interesting. I think the top of the head needs to come down. Just like in general. Or perhaps this just moves up a little bit. Like kind of like that. Goes like this. Yeah, something I actually wanted to like actively try out was to see if I can get this wavy bit to be wavy, because I like doing that, and then I'm gonna not be able to do it and horribly embarrass myself. Right, neat. Alright, let's make thing wavy. Hopefully. I'm gonna try. Because I remember basically what I did was that we have the X and Y of, but now I want it to go shwibby 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 so that it waves around. I think what I did was I did like a bunch of deformers for each section of the hair, which I want to do. So I'm going to give this will be physics 1, and then it's going to have another one, which will be physics 2. And then we're going to do physics 3. Oh, these are all X physics. Because, I don't know, I'll probably do it all at the same time. Maybe. I don't know if that's a mistake or not. But all of these should have way more height divisions than they have. Just want like all of the height divisions. Kind of cuts off there. So let's make a parameter. This will be... Oh, I don't remember what the naming rules are. Because there's something that messes these up when you import them. So do I want these to be 30 or... I think I did these with 10. Or is it with 1? Hold on a second. It's their scale? Yeah, they use 1. So I think I'm gonna use 1. Right. This. This. 1. 1. -1. And 1. Put this in a folder so I don't lose it. Felt like I could put this at the bottom somewhere. Make another one. Right, these 2. Yeah, these are actually all X, I think. I think I'll have to make another one for Y. I think the only one that might need a Y is the 3rd. Let's just try it. Let's try stuff. Mess up. Oh, I think I messed up naming this, actually. Because that might cause problems. Don't want it to cause problems. One. Because I remember most of my hair pieces, if you want to believe it, most of my hair pieces are split into three wiggly bits. So let's... I think these are all done in 2s as well. So 1 goes to 1, 2 goes to 2, 3 goes to 3. We're gonna go... Oh, I don't remember if these are inverted or not. I'm pretty sure it's just like... Try this as well. Because I need this to be a bit lower. I don't want to like adjust the bottom of it. Yeah, that's kind of awkward, eh? Let's see if 7 works. It's possible that I can't grab specifically that part. And maybe it was supposed to be split up. That's kind of awkward. Let's see. Can we grab it? We cannot. Okay. Let's go back to 9. It's possible as well that it's the mesh, because this part grabs all of that stuff as well. I'm not sure. But assuming that it sways to the right, let's pick 3 things, move it all to the right. Or, yeah, to the right. And as well, I'm going to move this to the right. Something kind of like this. Yeah, I think that's because of the mesh. Because if you look at, like, I can't point to it really, but the green line that this overlaps with is making this like a straight edge, I think. It's fine. I just want to see if this works, if like I'm remembering how to do this correctly. Oh, maybe this is supposed to have 3 keyforms, because 0 is supposed to be... Yeah, okay, hold on a second. This is bad. Let's undo all of that. So our hair is still intact. Oops. This has to be 3. This also has to be 3. Let's try that again. So, got 3 stuffs. I don't know how much changing the mesh will make my original deformer do bad things, but I want to see what'll happen if I make this a heavy deformer instead. Does that mess up anything here? Not really. It's not like I did much with it anyways. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. It's here. Okay, so try this again. Left. To the left. To the left. Still doing that thing, probably because... Huh. It's weird. I think I have an idea of what I might want to do here. I think I could make the deformer, like, smaller. But I think that might also mess some stuff up, because I already have keyforms on it. I don't know if it'll do something weird. So let's just try doing this first. This is what I remember doing. Going to the left. Kind of do the same thing going off to the right. I suppose you could mirror the motion as well here. I don't know if that'll make it weird. It's kind of our first jostle. And then we kind of want it to take from here onward, because we want to overlap with here. So this is -1, so we'll probably go this way, because it's like a wavy bit. Move it all that way. And this will jut out as well. Oh, that's really weird. I don't know why my entire thing disappeared, but... Can I do it like this? There we go. It's that way. Let's try moving it the other way. Two, 3. It's these, right? Yeah. This also moves out this way. So kind of like this. They're very angular looking. I'm sure if I just like adjusted where the deformers were, it would be fine. Again, that also kind of goes side to side. Oh, welcome back. I can assure you that we haven't actually made that much progress, because I'm mostly just trying to figure out how the software works again. But I'm sure I'll be able to produce something reasonable by the end of a month. Just kind of that way. So I paid for 1 month specifically. Like this. Yeah, just the bottom three, right? I kind of feel like I want it to grab the 4th division as well. Okay. Got a swoosh there. Got a swoosh here. Got a swoosh here. Not sure if I want this as well to kind of swoosh. Okay. I don't think it'll show the physics window when I do this, but it's like, or is it modeling open physics scene blending settings? Is it going to show it? It does not. Because of course it doesn't. It's okay. You don't need to know what's in this tab until I'm finished with it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I should probably show it. Physics blending settings. Believe it is this. Is it gonna show it? That's interesting. It doesn't show anything. I don't remember which thing it was set to anymore. Oh no. I don't want to, like, share a random tab awkwardly. I think it's this. Okay. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna let me show this tab, which is weird. This is bang physics. Let's see if this works. I would definitely totally show you what is happening in this tab because it's interesting, but I don't think I can. And if I cared more right now specifically, then I would show you, but... Yeah! That's fantastic. It's not super powerful or strong, but it's pretty good. I wish I could show you this tab. I don't know why I can't show you this tab. It's very weird. I also don't want to share my desktop because I think I would need to like close a lot of stuff, which is mostly just like school related. But, you know, my name or something or whatever. I don't know why it wouldn't share this window correctly. That's so weird. Let me try it again. Go this. Go physics scene blending settings. Don't know why I can't quite grab this window. Let me try something else. So if I hide this, go to this, and I open this here, would that work? Physics blending settings. Doesn't look like I can. Huh. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, let's make it happen. How do I want to do this? The problem is currently that the window does not show. I can share my entire screen, which would fix that. Because I want to show off this. It's very, very simple, but it's cute and I like it. So I want to show it. Okay, so let's start fixing the problem. I have a lot of things open. So I suppose I want to close all of those things. And what's this? Could also change like what monitor I'm sharing, I guess. Not that. What's this and this? I think I can close this. And this. Also probably Discord. Yeah, I have to close that. And that's fine. This is fine. It's also fine. It's probably also fine. That's the battle map. That's Steam. Don't want that. Close those. Probably don't want that open. And then also want to close that. Should probably also change that to this. Okay. Let's see if this works. Because I kind of want to show this. It's not super impressive, but it's like until I have to like turn in, probably I can at least go like, hey look, there's wiggles. I like wiggles. Wiggles are nice. Okay. Let's see if we can OBS do thing. I'm gonna... Maybe I can do this. Oh, I don't know where it's gonna make the new screen though. I don't know if it's gonna start it like on top of the screen blocker, because that'd be really annoying. But let's try doing this for now. Hopefully it does something. Let's add a display capture. Display. Do not want it to be visible. This I want. Yeah, display 1. Okay. So let's see if this works. You're gonna see a bunch of OBS windows, probably. Just wanna make sure it doesn't do anything weird, I guess. There's our OBS. And here's our thing. I suppose I could block that. But yeah, we have we set up just a 3 pendulum physics thing, and it makes it go a little wiggly. I could probably make the wiggling more intense. It's maybe a little hard to see, but it's like my favorite thing. Just like a little bit of, like the bottom part probably needs to swing out a bit more. But I just like that it's got like a little bit of jiggle, a little bit of wiggle. Okay. Anyways. I think that's gonna be it. It was a good foray back into the software, getting used to it again. I can probably reference my own model for a few things that I'm not remembering quite as much. Like I'm pretty sure I edit the eyes at the same time or whatever. Stuff like that. There's also a lot of busy work, like it's fun to add like jiggle physics to stuff because it looks nice. But like mouth forms is like 25 manual keyframe things, and it's like that's a lot of busy work. Eyes are a lot of busy work, where it's like it's fairly standard how you're gonna do it. It just like takes a while to do. So I think what I'll say is that if you were here for, I suppose, not gameplay, but for me messing around in Live2d again, I will be not doing that anymore, and I will be updating the battle map for today and for this week. So I'll say thank you so much for watching. Hopefully this was helpful to you at all. I know I'm not the best rigger in general, but I feel like I have a good understanding of how the software works. But unfortunately, my artistic aptitude at it is not super duper high. So anyways, we'll get back into the swing of it. This is actually a commission, so I need it to be good. And it's exciting. Hopefully, I don't know, my friend gets into streaming. I don't know what their plan was, but I'll let you know. And then I can be like, look, I have birthed this thing. I could be a mother. So, yeah. Whatever you do, thanks so much for watching. It means a lot to me. I'm gonna go update the battle map. So I can close this. Bloop. Should probably save it. Oh, you know what I want to do? Put myself back up to 60 frames, because it's weird looking at me in 30 frames. Okay. I'm glad I got to use this model again. I like it a lot. I like the In particular, I like the back of the hair, but let's see. Can I go on screen for a little bit? Certainly my art has changed a little bit since I began, but look at that wave. I love that wave so much. Wow. Same kind of property, right? It's just like 3 or 4 deformers that I just did on the previous thing, except this is a much larger piece of hair. Sometimes the physics can be a little bit jittery with it if I move around too fast. But yeah, anyways. Okay, what was I doing? Hair wiggles are even more satisfying than victory wiggles. Fair. I do like these. You can also please take note of the fact that I have chest physics, because I do have those. Just so you know, I put them there. I literally rigged this model. I know I put chest physics. Thank you. It's right there. In case you didn't know, it's there. Okay. So anyways, we're updating stuff. We have to update the battle map. This is one we did today. Oh, everything's like offset because I changed it. Oh no, you can look at my stuff. You can see it's cut off a bit. But yeah, 4142. There's the fog layer. There's the mouse guardian layer. Cutting board wiggles. That's the thing, right? It's not full board. There's stuff. It's like a plastic board that went through the wash a few times, okay? Just so you know. It's there. Okay. I think this is the correct cropping normally. This is one we did today. I know that I kind of have to leave you all in suspense and not show you the rest of this map, but I think it'll be very fun when we get around to it. Depending, again, on like kind of how much workload I feel like I have, I might split up this map and the upcoming map, but I might also combine them because I'm really excited for this one in particular. But let's open the other map, the one that we're actually working on, which is 12 to 18. Let's give it a moment. So this is where we were. Oh, this is the wrong day. All right. Incompetent teachers, horrible side test. Right, yeah, sorry, I forgot. I read your message at the start of the stream. I just, like, forgot. I'm sorry. Because I also, yeah, I don't know. Projects and stuff. School can be stressful. Hopefully, you know, you get it worked out. I guess if I could, like, give any form of advice, because, you know, I mean, that's the thing, though, right, is that, like, sometimes it's not fine for, like, you would assume people that you're paying money to, like, communicate well, right? So sometimes it's not, and that's okay. But, like, I guess an important thing to understand is that, like, some people don't care, right? In this universe or in this world, right? Some people do not care about your success. And you gotta look out for number uno, number one. So I hope your day gets a bit better. Yeah, lack of instructions, right? It's kind of a big one. kind of important to know what you're doing, you know? Hmm. Yeah. I would hope that they don't, you know, take too long, I suppose. Okay. What was I doing? We're on day 3, but I think this is not day 3. Yeah, because this does not have the other thing, so I have to open my file explorer again. Where is this stuff? Not this one. It's this one. And then it's here, daily updates, this one. Did we have anybody join us today? Any new folks who maybe don't want to be Sharkosaurus Lurk? It's okay if you do. But, yeah, basically we got to over here. Oh, we had to do a bunch of stuff, but we're just gonna fix or handle all of that with a good old-fashioned time magic, which I reserve the right to do when when I'm trying to update the map at the end of the stream. So, I believe we traipsed out here, and then we used the key across the street. We went up. You all made me jump in the fountain, like the big jerkbags. You are just kidding, I planned for you to do that. And then we're just going to do this, because I don't need to detail all the stuff that we did in the sewers, because it was horrible. That's a joke. And then I believe we did come to the conclusion that this did need to happen. This has to be thrown. At one point in time, we did explore down here, which was just kind of a mirrored staircase. And then we also went over here. We broke a whole bunch of boxes. I think we did that actually the first time we entered this room. Which again, I will simply put a nice hourglass as we went downstairs into the basement to find pub number 2. Not the first pub, but also the second secret pub. And then I think the actual use of time magic, which will henceforth become banned, decided to sequence break this, where we poked that and picked up, jumped down here, and then oh, you know what's actually kind of interesting? I didn't think of doing this the first time, but you could actually probably throw here at the switch. This should also work. Jump down. We went over here to catch the stream. And then normally we would progress forward, but we time magicked it. Which opened this door. Over here. And then we went that way. And this door was open. Switch off. Okie dokie. We also need to clone the stamp. Oh, and that'll go over there. And I suppose we can move ourselves all towards the exit. Okie dokie. Did I miss anybody? Got JV, Kraos as well, or Mafi, who joined us for the Dark Souls stream, and all the lovely folks who just feel like lurking, which is also okay. So, that's gonna do it for this week. Again, thank you so much for watching. It means a lot to me. I know today's stream was a little bit different paced, I think, than I normally take it. I don't know, maybe it's all fairly slow paced anyways. Shout out to the first half an hour of troubleshooting in Dark Souls 3, but luckily, going into next week, that won't be a problem. I think Monhun's working, or has been working pretty well as well, which is good. That should be it for this week, so, again, thank you so much for watching. Be well, be kind to yourself, and have a good weekend. I'll see you next week. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye. Wiggles. And play the animation. Of course it didn't. That's gotta be one of the weirdest ones I've seen. Hold on a moment. We gotta make sure it works, right? There we go. There we go. Okay. Bye, everyone.